Hey, Tord, welcome to the stream. I appreciate you being here. Oh yeah, you said there was, like I told you, there's a lot to watch. But today ought to be a fun day. Got a lot of stuff to do here in the Grymforge today, so. Yeah, it's hard to hit him when you're that low level. One of the things I can recommend is, like I say, if you're going in there, I went in with 2 clerics, with my main character as a cleric and then Shadowheart, and I had Bless. That gives you an extra 1d4 to your attack rolls, which really helps benefit that fight, trying to get damage in on him early. Also, if you go in as a barbarian and you have rage, that gives you advantage on your hit chance as well. And then if you can get it to land, the daze or the pommel strike ability removes the dexterity bonus to armor class, which lowers it by 3, I think, for him. And that makes him 15% easier to hit. So it's There are ways, but you have to spend action economy to do them. The Potion of Speed, if you get lucky enough to get it from the Mind Flayer's corpse, you can throw it on the ground, and you can hit multiple characters with it at the same time. That allows you to have 2 actions per turn. It also doubles your movement speed, so you're able to get places faster around the battlefield, and you get 2 attacks to make against an enemy as opposed to just 1. So it helps double up your damage, or your potential damage, if you can get it. So what I normally end up doing is, if I get it, I cluster up around Zulk, and then I throw it on the ground so that it hits either 2 of my characters or 1 of my characters like Lae'zel and the Mind Flayer, because the Mind Flayer is the real damage dealer there. You have a hard time to hit, but the Mind Flayer doesn't. So getting him buffed up with the Potion of Speed is what helps guarantee that damage being dealt out. Welcome everyone to today's live stream, a bonus live stream, episode 15 of our Baldur's Gate 3 Honor Mode gameplay series. I'm Commander Jorval, and I want to thank you for coming along on our journey today. So, on admin notes, today is a holiday here in the United States. It's July 4th. We're celebrating our Independence Day. I don't expect anything strange to happen to interrupt me today. I don't have anything planned this morning. Most festivities here on July 4th take place in the afternoon, with cookouts and parties, and then obviously in the evening watching fireworks. So I think this morning's entirely free, and I decided to spend it all with you guys. So great to be here. So on our recap, at the end of last week's episode, we finished up inside the Underdark. We have completed almost all of the quest lines there. We're going to pick up a new one here in a second. But we're now doing some housekeeping stuff. We ended up in camp because we stole the Noblestalk from Dareth after we had given it to her. So that's going to allow us to buy Noblestalks from her way far down the road in Act 3, but also is going to give us an opportunity to do something else with it here, and that's what we're going to jump in right here and deal with. Hey Rudy, thanks for being here. Yeah, another time to give you guys some honor mode playthrough. I love honor mode playthrough, so both my personal one and this one, so I'm anxious to play it as well. So much as great for me as it is for you guys, but yeah, happy to be able to have the opportunity to do it. So here we are in camp, and we have the Noblestalk in our inventory. Now, there's something else that, like I mentioned last stream, there are several things you can do with the Noblestalk. You can give it to Dareth. You can give it to Balin. You can give it to Shadowheart. You can use it to cure Thola of her poison. And you, as the Dark Urge, can take it as well. Now, any of those last 4 items, or last 4 things in there, are going to consume the Noblestalk, so you can't use it, with one exception. And that's what we're going to deal with here. Shadowheart,
how much farther can I go?
Has an optional quest line that doesn't resolve until way down the line in Act 3, that you can begin here in Act 1 by giving her the Noblestalk. Now, I also want to illustrate what happens with the Dark Urge, because I am the Dark Urge background here. But I can't eat the Noblestalk twice. With Shadowheart, there's a special way around this. So you start with the Noblestalk in your inventory, and you talk to Shadowheart.
I was hoping you'd come to chat. What do you need?
And you get this option here. you should eat the Noblestalk. Perhaps it could restore some memories. Okay? And I'm going to change my characters to Astarian. I'm going to give the Noblestalk to Astarian. And then... No, not Astarian. He's too close. I don't think it matters. Here's Karlach, but Gale is probably the farthest away. I don't think it matters how close it is, but I don't want to take the chance.
You have my attention.
So I'm going to go to Gale. Now I'm going to take the Noblestalk, and I'm going to drop it on the ground. Back here. Now I'm going to switch back and tell Shadowheart to eat it. Okay, so this is what I was wondering. I'm going to get a second chance to do this. I wanted to make sure, I wanted to test that to see if you had to go into the persuasion side of it first or not, and it appears you do. So... you tell her to eat it.
I can't. My memories are being withheld for a reason. Lady Shah will return them to me when the time is right, no sooner. Besides, mushrooms aren't my favorite. I think it's because of the gills.
Now you get a persuasion option, and now that that option has already been clicked, and it's already checked your inventory, now you can move this to Gale and have him drop it on the ground. And this is what's different about the other options, is that there isn't an intermediary step after the inventory check is made on either giving it to Balin, giving it to Thulla, or taking it as the Dark Urge. Here, we have an intermediary pause in the dialogue where we can switch characters. We don't have that on the others. So now I'm going to make a persuasion check. No.
All right. Give it here. I remembered something. Not everything. It's new and not new at the same time. All jumbled up. I was younger. Much younger. An initiate at the cloister. I was upset about something. The others were teasing me, mocking my name. Like I wasn't worthy of it. There was another. A tiefling boy with short horns and purple hair. I think he was my friend. He tried to make me feel better. Ronald. That's the last part of it I remember. That must be his name. Perhaps he's still there in Baldur's Gate.
Okay. And that's going to update the Daughter of Darkness. And it restored a memory fragment from her youth, and it's actually going to turn into a quest, like I say, much later on down the road. And now we can switch back to Gale and have him pick up the Noblestalk, and I can give that back to my bard. Okay, and now I'm going to have my bard consume the Noblestalk, and this will permanently remove the Noblestalk from your inventory.
As you choke down the acrid mushroom, a memory embraces your unlovable carcass. You see a grand collection. Shelves of jarred, floating, pickled organs neatly labeled. Taxidermied beasts and men, elegantly displayed from your killings. A study no doubt arranged neatly by your gentleman's gentle goblin. As you and your butler perform a vivisection, Scelaritas's claws slips, calipers cutting the aorta of the living, screaming victim. With a hiccup, you discover him to be drunk yet again from imbibing the tonsil stone pickling water. As the memory begins to clear away, one thing is certain. The butler lies not about his past service.
Okay, so a very, very dark memory is revealed to you about your past,
Dream in red.
confirming that you've done some really bad things, and that Scleritas Fell, who we met during one of our camp cutscenes and gave us the Deathbringer mantle, actually knows us and has taken part in our history. So another uncovering of what is to come for the Dark Urge. So we had come to camp here to escape from the steal that we had done on Dareth. So let's go ahead and head back to the Myconic colony. And no, we're not going to. Sorry. We need to take our long rest here. When you complete this quest, and if we look at our quest line, we have defeat the Duergar intruders that has been completed. We need to talk to Sovereign. If we look at our map, there's a quest marker here. Once you complete that, you're going to get a buff that lasts until your next long rest. And this, we talked about that buff previously when the chat asked if I was going to save it for heading into the Githyanki Kresh. And the answer is no. I'm not. I'm going to utilize it here while I'm going through the Grymforge, but I want to make sure that I have all of my action economy back before I go into the Grymforge. So I'm going to take a long rest here and then complete the quest so that I'll be able to have that buff throughout my entire journey coming up after that. So let's take our long rest. Hey, Ostamura, welcome.
You carry a Githyanki relic. I will have an explanation, or your head.
Walk away now. I won't warn you again.
That artifact is an heirloom of my people. Likely she spilled Githyanki blood in order to steal it. This cannot stand.
Heirloom? Plunder from some conquered realm, more like. This artifact is the only thing keeping us from becoming slaves to our parasites. Be glad I have it.
The bad blood must be purged. A jewel come first light.
You mean I'd get to prove you wrong and thrash you? I love it. Get some rest, Lae'zel. You'll need it. You had every chance to look the other way. But here we are. You chose this.
Spare me the justifications, coward.
If anyone asks, I'll say you were transforming. Don't expect to be mourned. She's a liability. It's the artifact we need, not her.
Let me up, and I'll show you.
Can I do that, Lae'zel? Can I turn my back on you?
Never. Thieves aren't afforded such luxury.
Loosen the grip on your pride for one blasted moment, won't you? We needn't be enemies. There's plenty of those to go around already.
What would you have? That we be friends?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But imagine what we might achieve if we channeled some of that hostility back at our real foes, instead of each other. They wouldn't stand a chance.
Okay, so an interesting interaction there between Lae'zel and Shadowheart. So let's go around and have our camp conversations here.
I'll say one thing for our troop. We're not short on drama. I'm glad Shadowheart and Lae'zel settled their differences peacefully. Eventually.
Just what I need.
I hope that's the end of this silly quarrel. They'll have no energy for battling our enemies if Lae'zel and Shadowheart are too busy squabbling among themselves.
You wish to speak?
Speak.
Okay, so a couple of things we need to do here. So let's take care of Shadowheart first.
It is over where I am concerned. It is through conflict that we strengthen our bonds. Yet I do not recommend Shadowheart seek it again. The next resolution may not end in her favor. It is a certainty. I had assumed our parasites served a Geich elder, but I believe they serve a greater master still. A question that burns in my belly day and night. Elders and collectives abide by their own tenets. It would require a powerful creed to unite them. And now this voice, this creed, finds our own ears. If it reaches this plane, it may reach others.
The disc appears in your mind's eye. Lae'zel sees it too, and considers the vision.
Tirsu markings. Ancient. I recognize them, but I can't make sense. No. Wait. The texts are enciphered, but I've solved the pattern. It's a story. About Orpheus.
Your head buzzes in concert with Lae'zel's, but it hardly matters. Even without the connection, you'd recognize her discomfort.
So these are from the two slates that we picked up in the Arcane Tower that talk about Prince Orpheus.
Drivel, all of it. Gith declared Vlaakith Queen of the Empire, and her own son defied her. Orpheus would have ceded control to the Geich. She did nothing of the sort. Thank your good fortunes I'm a tolerant woman, or I'd have sliced off a few toes for suggesting it.
Okay, so obviously not something that she wants to believe in, considering her being a follower of Vlaakith.
I was hoping you'd come to chat. What do you need? We aren't dear friends now, if that's what you're asking. But I trust we can all sleep a little more soundly in camp now. You have an interesting definition of friendly, but yes.
I really thought Shadowheart and Lae'zel might fight to the death over that artifact. A pity. It would have made for a fine night's entertainment.
I love Astarion.
Very glad Shadowheart and Lae'zel settled things without letting any blood. I would have enjoyed the spectacle, but not losing either one of those lunatics.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take our long rest here. And do you notice that we didn't have to use camp supplies for that? With that cutscene with Shadowheart and Lae'zel, you get a free long rest out of it. It's not the only free long rest that you get, but they're fairly rare that you get a free long rest out of the game.
The dog is unable to speak through the small bag he holds in his mouth.
I don't know. Maybe you can tell me. All I know is I thought of you when I saw it.
As always, Scratch is the goodest boy. And we get a bone for that. So now you have a decision to make on how you want to move forward with the next set of encounters. Shadowheart gets interesting sets of dialogue and her personal quest advancement if she's along with you as you travel through the Grymforge. However, if you're going to have a fight with Corsair Greymonm on the raft, the darkness spell is absolutely necessary to help make that fight more manageable on honor mode. And unless you have a scroll, Shadowheart's not going to be able to cast that. And I don't want two casters in my party. I only want one. So if I'm going to bring Shadowheart along on this trip, I'm going to be leaving Gale here and changing over to Shadowheart. And I think that's probably what I'm going to do. I'm not going to fight on the raft crossing Ebon Lake, and I'll explain that more in detail when we get there. So I'm going to bring Shadowheart into the group, and I'm going to make sure that I get a respec on Shadowheart.
I was hoping you'd come to chat. What do you need? I'd join you, but things are looking a tad crowded. Wonderful. I was beginning to feel a little left out.
Okay, now it doesn't really matter about Shadowheart leveling up here. I'm going to take Astarion back here and just make sure, see if I have any gold on Withers or not.
Let's keep to the shadows.
I do not.
What's
So we're going
next?
to take Shadowheart
Got to press on.
back here, and we're going to get a respec on Shadowheart.
I'll
Because Trickery Domain is... It's not good. It's good for one thing.
Fate spins along as it should.
But nothing that you can't get from somewhere else.
Dost thou require a new ally, as thou desire?
Okay, so for Shadowheart, the way we're going to run her at the start, there are a couple of different ways that you can run her. The most popular are Life, Light, and Tempest domains. War domain if you're going a frontline tank type cleric. But Tempest gets us Wrath of the Storm. It also gets us some very interesting class spells that go along with it. Fairy Fire is really nice, and Warding Flare is really nice. Warding Flare, and I want to check this before I say it. Sorry, I'm just looking it up real quick to see the class bonus here. Okay, yeah. At level 5, the domain spells for Tempest Cleric, you get Call Lightning and Sleet Storm, which are very useful for disrupting caster concentration. It's not until level 6 at the Light domain that you get Improved Warding Flare, where you can cast Warding Flare on other party members, which is really nice to help avoid damage. But up until level 5, I think the more useful way for us to go is with Tempest domain. We will eventually probably swap her over to Light domain because Improved Warding Flare is so good. But not having it until level 6 means that we're not going to really get anything out of it right now. So we're going to swap her domain to Tempest domain here. For her cantrips, Resistance and Guidance are very, very nice for us going through this. And for her ability layout, this matters a little bit, but not a ton, because we're not going to be using Shadowheart right now as a melee-based character for the most part. So I'm not worried about her strength or anything like that. So we're just going to, right now she's going to be wearing medium armor. That's going to cap her dexterity at bonus to her armor class at 2, which is what I'm getting from a dexterity of 14. So we're going to drop points, another point into Constitution. So I have odd numbers at Constitution and Wisdom here for her. For her checks here, I don't need Persuasion, so Medicine and History are fine. Okay, and now for her level ups. Getting Destructive Wrath is really nice. Whenever you roll thunder or lightning damage, you can use your Channel Divinity to deal maximum damage. So there's no dice rolls. It's just flat max damage. If she manages to roll a crit with one of her attack rolls on one of those types of spells, it does double maximum damage. So it's a huge benefit to being able to increase the damage on both thunder and lightning spells. And with her getting access to Call Lightning at level 5, that can be very, very useful to throw out a bunch of high damage as long as she has Channel Oath charges to do it. Not worried about my prepared spells. I can do all that later. Okay, she's going to get Shatter, which is going to be very, very useful for us here in an encounter coming up inside the Grymforge. Shatter we need to have available to us in this to make things very easy. If you can do without it, but having it and the ability to do 3d8 thunder damage is going to be very, very useful. Okay, so for her feat here, Shadowheart has a bunch of feats that are very, very useful to her. Resilient is very nice, being able to up her constitution again through this and gain proficiency in constitution saving throws, which affects your concentration checks for spells, and that sort of stuff is very, very nice. I'm going to be focused more on her specs, like I say, once we get to level 6 and beyond. So right now I'm going to up her constitution to gain more hit points and a better chance to succeed on concentration saving throws, and her wisdom. That's going to give her additional bonus on any wisdom-based spells and attack rolls and damage that goes along with it. For the cantrips, doesn't really matter as much, but Blade Ward is really nice. And now at level 5, like I say, you get access to Call Lightning. Now this is a great spell in that you can throw it out there. It causes lightning damage in a small radius, but it is ranged out to 18 meters away. And on succeeding turns, you can call down that lightning again without expending a spell slot. So it's really, really nice for sustained long-term damage over the course of a fight. Sleet Storm disrupts the concentration of spellcasters. So if you have a concentration spell from the enemy that you absolutely need to get rid of, Sleet Storm is a great way to do that. Okay, two things that are going to be very, very useful for us as we go. And now I can prepare my spells. So Guiding Bolt and Sanctuary are both incredibly useful. Healing Word, a ranged way to pick up your party members, is very, very nice as well. There are so many useful level 3 spells to get. Mass Healing Word is very nice. Glyph of Warding is also very nice because Glyph of Warding, the sleep version of it, doesn't have a hit point restriction like the sleep spell does. You cast it over an area and any enemies caught in it just go to sleep. That's just it. They don't get a saving throw. They don't get anything. They just go to sleep. So Glyph of Warding can be very, very nice. Beacon of Hope to give you advantage on wisdom saving throws is huge for specific things. Specifically the Zaith'isk, which has a wisdom saving throw in it. This can give you advantage on that, which is incredibly useful. So there are so many things here in level 3 that are really, really useful. Spirit Guardians is one of the best spells out there at level 3. It's not going to be incredibly useful for us in the Grymforge. It's going to be very, very useful for us in Act 2, but not so much in the Grymforge. So I'm probably not going to prepare it for this. I'm going to take Glyph of Warding instead. I definitely want Spiritual Weapon because, again, Spiritual Weapon, it's a bonus action. I can bring out a Great Axe or a Great Sword and have the Cleave ability, which can bleed targets. And that way I can have advantage on attack rolls against them because of Buol's Benediction that I got. So I definitely want to have that. Bless and Command are incredibly useful. Command has different forms of it, but Command Grovel to have them skip their turns is just OP. It basically, if you can get it to land, they just skip their turn and they don't go, which is incredibly useful. Bless to be able to give you that additional bonus to your attack rolls and your saving throws is very useful. I'm also going to throw in Create and Destroy Water because with Call Lightning, if I can have the target wet first, then I can double up that damage because they become vulnerable to lightning damage. Now, as far as outfitting her goes, there are some things that we want to swap around. So when you deal radiant damage, you cause a radiant shockwave. So Shadowheart can do that with Guiding Bolt at range, which is incredibly useful. So I'm going to swap that over to her. Karlach wasn't getting much use out of it, so I'm dropping from 15 to a 14 armor class with Karlach. But again, Karlach is not a frontline fighter for me either. She's throwing based, so that's how I utilize her most, and she's normally kept out of the fight for a lot of it. As far as the rings and everything else goes, I'm going to swap the Amulet of Restoration over to her. That's going to allow me to put the spectator eyes back on my bard. For her boots, I've got a bunch of choices here, but I think okay, I was just looking to see what other options I have. Okay. I want to swap over the Boots of Stormy Clamor to her. When she inflicts Radiating Orb with the Radiant Shockwave, she also gives them Reverberation, which is very, very nice. And now for Karlach. Okay, we're just making some quick changes here. Now for the rings, there's not a whole lot that I'm going to be able to give her that's going to make a huge difference. Can give her the Ring of Salving, though. As for the rest, like I say, it's not really all that important what she gets. Okay. Then I'm going to swap over Shapeshifters on her. Have her just get a different icon here. Swap these both back to me. Oh, whoops. Need to click my character to activate them. And I will shapeshift. Okay, and now I think we're ready to head out. I will look at one more thing and see if I just have anything in my camp that might serve her a little better. Zionite is actually pretty nice for her, because she's not going to hit a lot, and when she misses, the target's going to get Fairy Fire, which gives you advantage against that target. So can be quite useful. I can actually swap the Scale Mail +1 to Karlach. Get her armor class back up one more. Okay. Now I think we're ready to head out. So we're going to leave camp.
Such depth to the shadows.
We're going to
say about the Underdark. It's so beautiful down here.
I'm used to a crypt.
Get our buffs going.
This is something else.
Okay, so now we are ready to complete the quest with the Sovereign here.
Need to find a way forward. Very well.
It greets you with a harrowing elegy. cheerless as the new moon.
Okay, now there's two choices here to interact with. I highly suggest taking the first one here. You might miss out on being able to tell it right now that you've slain Glut. You'll be able to do it later, though. However, if you pick this sometimes, even if you come back and select this afterwards, you don't get the buff. Okay?
The music shifts.
And also,
Still
let this
melancholic,
play out
but
and
now
don't fast
streaked
forward
with
through it.
hope.
Do you hear a new harmony? Serenity. I name you Peace Bringer.
Fragrant spores waft through the air. Your heart swells with bliss with your every breath.
Freely you have given to us. Freely you may take. The Guardian Gate is open. Go and claim your reward. But before this, I have another boon to ask of you. You have cut out the Duergar blight, but not its source.
In your mind's eye, Spore shows you a drow striding among Myconid dead.
Nere. This one is called. He hunted us. Hunt him in turn. Bring me his head, and I will know my circle is safe.
I'm more than happy to kill this... whoever he is, but tell me there's something in it for us.
The drow lurks in the ruins beyond the lake. Bring him death, and return.
Here you have Bliss Spores, and you have 1d6 bonus to attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws until your next long rest. This is very useful in something like the Zathis, where you're trying to pass saving throws, and this applies to that. However, it's also very useful in the two different combats I'm going to have in the Grymforge around Nere. There are Mind Masters there and Nere that can all cast spells to try and control you, and having the ability here to avoid that, or have a much better chance to avoid that, is really, really useful. Okay, so that's part of the reason that I'm doing it here, is to help with that combat. Now that gave us another quest. They want the head of the drow Nere. So now if we look at our map here, we can see that there's a new quest marker down here. And that's because they've opened up this area for our rewards. Okay, so in here you've got a few things that you can pick up. Like we always do in honor mode, we pick up everything. There's a backpack here to search. Couple of nice spells. And that's one thing that I need to do that I forgot. Over here you've got a Scroll of Blindness, Scroll of Ray of Sickness, both a couple really good items. The Shadow of Menzo Baranzan, which we'll look at here in just a second. And then we have a Pale Corpse. And on it, we have a book that we're going to deal with here in just a second. But we are going to pick up the rest of these items. There's a bunch of crafting ingredients, some poison, and some icy metal here. So if we go to our inventory, we have 2 icy items here, and now we have a third. You combine these. You get Morning Frost. Now, Morning Frost is when dealing cold damage, the wielder deals an additional 1 cold damage, which is always nice. Morning Frost, when you hit with it as a melee weapon, deals 1d4 cold damage additionally. However, the more important part is that when you deal cold damage with a spell, it possibly inflicts chilled upon the target. Chilled means that they are vulnerable to cold damage afterwards. Okay? And it allows you to cast the Ray of Frost cantrip even if you don't have that cantrip in your inventory. So Shadowheart is not able to cast Ray of Frost as a cantrip. That's a wizard cantrip. But now she's able to cast it. When she casts it and deals damage, the target's going to become chilled. And when it's chilled, then the next time she casts Ray of Frost, it's going to take double damage from it. Okay? So it's a self-fulfilling damage dealer, basically, for Shadowheart to have. So it's great on any of your spellcasters early on. Since Shadowheart has Create and Destroy Water, her attempt is going to be also to cast Create or Destroy Water and make targets wet. That means they are vulnerable to cold damage and lightning damage, so then she can cast either Call Lightning or use her Ray of Frost cantrip to deal that additional damage on top of it. The Shadow of Menzoberranzan gives you the class action Shrouded in Shadow. Once per short rest, you can become invisible. Okay? Now, the invisibility on this ends if you take an action, if you attack, cast a spell, or take damage, or take an action. So this is a little different.
Intestines throb, blood whispers.
Than the invisibility spell, which only ends if you attack or cast a spell. Okay, so here, with this, if you take an action or take damage, it's going to end. So it's a slightly less version of invisibility. However, it can allow you to get into areas to get sneak attack bonuses or to get surprise rounds. And for that, I keep it on Astarion, and we might see it play out here in a little bit. So now we need one more thing, and that's probably it's on Gale. So I need to go back to camp anyway, because I need to get items off of Gale. Okay, so the first is the Warped Headband of Intellect. Gonna move that off of Gale right now, and then his spellbook. I want to move that over to Shadowheart so she has access to all of the scrolls that are there. Nothing else. The Safeguard Shield's actually pretty nice for Shadowheart to up her saving throws by 1. So we'll do that too. Okay, and now I'm going to put on the Warped Headband of Intellect here. And I'm going to pick up Flumph Mating Rituals.
Flumph mating rituals. That field research must have been interesting.
Okay, so now if I read this, it's going to start a cutscene.
The cover proudly announces this book to be Flumph Mating Rituals.
Okay, so we have 2 checks here we can make, an investigation check or a nature check. I have proficiency in nature here. I'm getting +4 from the Warped Headband of Intellect on either one of these. But here I have proficiency in nature, so I'm going to use this. The Mark of the Shifter and Bliss Spores are both taking effect here. Okay, I can add in guidance as well. Oh. Horrible roll.
Underdark fauna is a topic much written on, but this title has never appeared in any collection you've seen. The scrutiny proves too much. The lurid text melts away before your eyes. An illusion. What remains are simple instructions written in a spare hand. The secret to forging adamantine.
Okay, and now you learn more about the adamantine forge, and it lists instructions for operating the forge. So you put mithril ore, you need mithril ore in a mold, you put the ore and mold into their chamber, you pull the lever to lower the hammer, and then open the valve to allow lava into the crucible and drop the hammer again to forge the product. So it tells you exactly how to operate the forge. Okay. And now we're going to put on the Amulet of Lost Voices.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
The secret to mastering the adamantine forge. Book disguised by magic. Dawn knows, but cannot tell. Battle with rival. Summoned spectator. Zargrim, conjurer, seeker.
So now you learn that this is how Dorn and the other drow got petrified, because he was the one that they mentioned that summoned a spectator. So he was the last of the 3 drow that were looking over, or looking for the adamantine forge.
Have to keep going.
Okay. So now we've done everything that we need to do in the Underdark. Okay, we have our quest marker here, so we're going to head to the Underdark Beach. And we're going to head out across Ebon Lake.
A vessel wobbles on the lake's murky waters.
Okay, and this is your last chance before a timer starts to, well, that's not entirely true. Before you have to have an encounter of some sort. So if you're not entirely ready before you go into this, then leave, do whatever you need to do, and then click on the boat again.
What are you doing on Gek's raft? Where's Gek? Who are you?
Okay, so there are two ways to play this out. The first is to get into a fight with Corsair Greymonm and the other Duergar that are on this boat. Now, in addition to Greymonm, there are 5 other Duergar. 2 of them are incredibly dangerous. There is an alchemist who throws all sorts of smoke powder bombs and fire flasks at you and all that sort of stuff. And then there's also a cleric type that casts debilitating spells. There are also 2 ranged enemies which get dual attacks with heavy crossbows. There's another melee character in addition to Greymonm that is a barbarian, so they can rage. And you're fighting on a boat where they love to push you off. Okay, so this is one of the most dangerous encounters you can have in honor mode. Now, if you want to have it, the best way to do it is to have darkness, and to cast darkness up here on the little corner on this upper level, and it creates an area of darkness up here. Greymonm and the melee character do not want to jump into it. They don't want to move into it. The archers cannot shoot into it. And then hopefully with your, in my case, the bard, the mobile flourish ranged allows me to shoot the alchemist and knock him overboard and kill it immediately without it ever getting an attack. I can use a speed potion and do another mobile flourish ranged and knock the spellcaster off. And then I have 2 ranged enemies who can't do anything to me because they can't shoot into darkness, and I have 2 melee characters who don't want to move into the darkness to attack me. And that makes things a lot easier. However, the only benefit you get from that is that there's a chest on their boat which has the Warhammer, or the Intransigent Warhammer. It's a nice Warhammer, it's a +1 item, and if you score a crit or you kill somebody, it knocks all the enemies in 3 meters around you prone. Which can be nice, it's just not a game breaker for me. If you pass the persuasion check here, you get the exact same amount of experience points as if you killed them. Second, we're going to get an inspiration when we land at the docks because of Astarion being in our party for not having a combat here, which gets us another 150 experience points. And then Greymonm is going to appear in Nere's camp, and he's going to be selling the items that he's carrying. So instead of killing him here and getting those items, you can kill him later and get those same items. However, there's a drawback to that. And that is that, one, Greymonm is sided with Nere, so depending upon who you're going to fight with, he's going to be an added person you have to kill there. Second, it's very possible that he gets knocked into the lava, because the Duergar in those fights love knocking each other into the lava, and you would miss out on the 3 items he's carrying, whereas if you killed him now, you'd be able to get them. You can't buy them, it's just going to cost you money to do it. So there are pros and cons to doing this. I'm going to do the persuasion option here, and you can see all the bonuses I'm getting from this. Oh, jeez. Here we go, honor mode rolls again, chat. But my personal playthrough in honor mode, I had this fight and killed him.
All right. No reason to get your tongue in a twist. Well, come on. Let's get you to shore. You'll need to report to the sergeant. You lot, keep patrolling. I'm heading back with this one.
You continue
So the only thing
forward
I've
in
lost
silence until
so
the
far
lights of a camp twinkle through the murk.
is just the intransigent Warhammer, which I'm perfectly fine not picking up. I may lose more items later, depending on if they get knocked into lava, but for now, that's the only thing I've lost. And in exchange, I've gained 150 XP, which I want.
I'll be plowed sideways. We've got a welcoming party.
You shithead! Time you showed up, we got trouble.
Spit it out! Sergeant finally choked on True Soul Nere's prick.
Rugno! The twat soul caused a rockfall, trapped tighter than a ring on a fat finger.
You're shitting me. You pay up?
That's the trouble. He's got the gold on him. Sergeant's arm is falling off with all the gnome slaves she's been beating. Who's the hoon, Greymonm? Another slave for the dig? That's so.
You feel the slightest of stirrings in your head. The Duergar is not infected, yet your minds resonate.
I'll be. You ain't shitting. Felt the tingle. Your twat soul chum owes us a load of coin. You want through? Make a donation.
I don't think so.
Unclog your hole. Just shitting around. But I'm warning you. That twat soul ain't settled up soon. There'll be hell to pay for the lot of you cult buggers.
Okay, here we are in the Grymforge. We're going to discover this waypoint, and there is your inspiration. If you have Astarion with you, and that gets you another 60 XP here. So that's what I wanted to do. Now, Morghal, Stoneguard, Orgoth, we're going to deal with later. All of this other stuff, I'm not even going to search anything for the most part, because now that we're here, we're on a timer. We can take one short rest, or one long rest, before you have the interaction with Sergeant Thrinn. If you have the interaction with Sergeant Thrinn, you cannot take a long rest. So we can do this a couple of different ways. I'm going to rush the encounter with Nere, though. I'm going to do a few things here that kind of get messed up if you don't do them beforehand. But they're not combat related. So I'm going to take care of those things. Then I'm going to go in and talk to Sergeant Thrinn and get this whole thing started. Because like I say, I'm on an action economy timer. I don't want to use up my action economy here.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Don't like strangers here. But Absolute must have took you in. Me? Who else? My spiders sussed them out of hiding, then Nere taught them a thing or two, and I let them fly. Caught them sniffing around. Easy marks. Had the stench of the Toplands. Hung them here as a warning. Ain't no one drugs with Clan Flameshade.
Okay, and behind him we have a group of spiders here. Now, before I go into this,
In the Underdark. Someone's trying to make a
I want Shadowheart cast guidance. I still have the warped headband of intellect.
I should speak up.
I speak true, brothers. You know it in your hearts. You know it in your very souls.
We need no Lolth, no Spider Queen. Father Murmuth is the head of Clan Lur. He hatched us, raised us, feeds us.
What care we for his business here? He keeps us small, keeps us contained. We should be with the Spider Queen, revered, adored.
Okay, and now we get a religion check here at the start, and you can see all the things that I'm getting bonuses from here.
You've read that harming spiders is illegal among Lolth's faithful, and often punishable by death.
Father Murmuth is our past. Lolth is our future.
These spiders are loyal to the local Duergar. In the event of a fight, they will join the fray against you, with slavering enthusiasm.
And that's why I'm doing this here, is so that I can avoid combat with them later. And that religion check opened up this top option. Otherwise, you still have deception or persuasion checks to make.
Xanta, is it so? I've heard the very same. Come, brothers, follow me into her hairy embrace.
Her embrace. We're ready. We follow.
Yes. Now, brothers, our new dawn awaits.
And that 160 XP is the same XP you would get for killing them in combat.
No one drugs with Clan Flameshade.
Hey, stick shit! Another stick shit! Piss pot. You flirt. Now jump to it. Or it's up to the lift and straight to the shadows.
Now that's how you motivate the staff.
True soul, yeah? Tell the sergeant we won't move a pebble. Hold out your hands, Hoon.
You heard the man. Let's see him.
5 working fingers, nice and bony. Prime for digging. You want Nere? You claw him out. My drinking hand's busy. And you'll appreciate how few shits I have to give you. Hey! Stick shit! Where's my drink?
Coming right up, piss pot.
Stick shit talks like smug, and he wrecked that shroom village.
And then shagged it.
Here's to smug, nasty prick.
Okay, so now we want to talk to Skickpit again.
Piss off. My side? I heard the piss pot. You're a true soul, same as Nere. So like I said, piss off. You want to help me? Then open those ears and listen close. Piss the drug off.
Oh, jeez, there it is. A 5 DC. I have a minimum roll of like 16 or something, and I roll the nat 1. Oh, jeez. I'm just trying to fail it. Welcome to the honor mode playthroughs.
What about piss off, do you? Hold on. You aren't just talking shit, are you? Then shh. Keep it low.
Don't let them hear you. Now, why in the hottest hells would a true soul be helping me? Fine. Let's say I believe you. You want to kill these peckers. I'm not complaining. But you better finish the job, because I'll be the one to suffer if you don't. Ain't you hearing me, prickhole? Piss off to every last hell!
Okay, now to finish this off, we're going to come down here, going to break the group, go into our inventory, and take a basic poison. We're going to make our way over here. And we're going to wait. Wait for the detection cone to go away.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Okay. You have to be somewhat careful about that, because Mermath can walk around just like he is now. You can see his detection cone can extend out here a bit. He will actually walk out here and go talk to this. You can see his detection cone starts to overlap the barrel. So you have to be a little careful about when you do it.
Stinking
But
snitch.
now
No one
Skip
trucks
Pit is
with
going to
Clan
come back.
Flamesight.
He's going to get some more beer out of the poisoned beer barrel.
Stinking snitch.
And he's going to head up here.
No one drugs with Clan Flamesight.
I think you got me. You wouldn't survive a 10-day on your own. 10-day. Sister, I'll give you that. Get over it.
Snicked it, prick. They're dead. Point. Shit. You did it. What now?
If you tell him to take the lift to the surface, you'll encounter him again as a shadow-cursed gnome up in Act 2. We don't want that. So we're going to have him go find somewhere to hide.
I know a place. Across the lake. Should be safe. Won't be needing this poison now that you've offed the pricks. Bet you'll find it handy, though. You're a good one. I won't forget it.
Okay. And now we have
Sister, I'll give you that.
another encounter here with Brathwen. Now, this needs perception and sleight of hand.
Watch your back.
Okay, so we're going to have Astarion put on all of his thief gear. And we're going to have him cast guidance on himself.
This way. Hello, chum.
Unless you're here to kick some stiffs lakeside, I suggest you bugger off. You gotta be kidding. These trash don't have nothing on them but rocks.
Rocks.
Okay, here's the perception check. Now, this is not an easy perception check. Oh, it's not the perception check, it's the sleight of hand check. Oh, jeez. I need these inspirations. I need them. And they're just being wasted.
You spot a shiny trinket on one of the corpses.
Okay, here's your sleight of hand check. This is not an easy DC.
Quit sniffing around. You're starting to get on my nerves.
Nerves.
Okay, and that gives you the fetish of Calderon Smooth Hands. This allows you to cast invisibility. And this is the straight up invisibility spell that is the same as the casted spell. So a better version of the one on Shadow of Menzo Baranzan, but now you can have two different chance or opportunities, both once per long rest and once per short rest, to cast invisibility of sorts. Okay, so again, very, very useful.
No one stopped me yet. Moving in.
Hey, Lord Henry, welcome. And now for our last interaction here. Before we go deal with Nere, we're going to talk to Stonemason Kit. Now, you need to do this before you have any interactions out there with Nere, one way or the other. Okay, so we're going to talk to him, and for Kith, yes, I think I'm okay with what I have.
The chiseling. How peculiar. Smooth face, cobbled edges. They're a sign. They must be. A sun dweller in these parts. Look here, my topside friend. I need fresh eyes, and I doubt I'll find fresher. The rock, the rubble, all of it, if I may be so bold. Take a look. Tell me what you see, and be thorough.
Okay, so I have a bard option here. What you have here is you need to pass all three of these checks. A history, which is intelligence-based, an investigation, which is intelligence-based, and a perception, which is wisdom-based. Now, I have a couple of other options down here. I did pick up the Grymforge book and read it, so this option is here, and I get advantage on this check because of being a bard.
You recall the tale of a Sharan fortress armed with impenetrable adamantine, a metal created by a gnomish mage. There were also whispers of the gnome's secret project, an invincible guardian, though its existence was never proven.
What do you think?
Okay, and that opens up this option here.
How fascinating. I told my kinfolk that book learning has its benefits. A crafty gnome, helping forge a fortress that would last an eon. Mythic metal atop stone hewn by the devoted. That's to say nothing of this tale of an invulnerable protector. It's unfortunate the Sharan's successors found no proof. Doesn't explain this infernal plate I found, though. Here. Take it. Perhaps you'll be able to figure out why it's here. But my work has only begun. There is more still to find. I must get to it.
Now you can trade with Stonemason
Let's
Kith
see
here.
what you've got.
But the main object there was to get the Infernal Alloy. That's our second one that we found, and we're going to need that in Act 2 for Karlach. You can either get it by passing those 3 checks, and all 3 checks that I mentioned a little bit ago, or by doing it the way I did it with having read that book that we found on Zargrim's corpse. We were able to bring up another dialogue option. So I'm going to pick up a couple of things here. The Elixir of Bloodlust is very, very nice. And the Elixirs of Fire Resistance are very nice as well. As for the rest of it, I don't think I need anything else here. There is also, actually, I might actually pick the Scroll of Dimension Door up. I don't know if I have one of those. And I want to make sure I get it learned.
That's all then.
Hey, Thegamo, welcome.
This place
Thanks for being here.
Captivated.
Okay, so now I've done... There is another encounter down here, which changes a little bit, depending upon what you've done up here. But we're going to go up here now. And talk to Elder Brithvar.
Doing. Donald's joined up.
Off with you. Private conversation.
See where the gnomes.
Okay, I'll wait.
Found a way past the rockfall is my guess.
Scargill's still at it then.
Frick ain't stopped caning those beasts last I saw, and he still ain't broke through. Off with you. Private conversation.
Why?
Drugnin outsiders, you've got no business here.
Why? Why? Okay. We're gonna go in here.
The gnome bolted.
And then come back to that here in a minute. That's weird. So Corsair Greymonm that we met is right here. You can talk to him.
Thrinn's in a right ball ache. That rubble ain't budging, no matter how hard she whips them gnomes. Nere's gonna be pissed. What you want, anyway? Here to yap or looking to buy? Dry land means fresh stock.
Okay, so you can trade with him, and you see that he has 3 main items. The Shining Staver of Skulls is a light hammer that lets you deal radiant damage. So now with your melee attacks, Shadowheart can inflict radiant damage, which gives a radiant shockwave, which gives reverberation. So, somewhat useful. Gives you Jurgral's Greatsword, which in and of itself as just a +1 Greatsword is okay. However, it's the proficiency unlock that is really nice. Colossal Onslaught allows you to, for 6 meters in a line, kind of like lightning bolt out in front of you, attack all creatures in that line. So you can hit multiple creatures at one time with it. So it's once per short rest, but it can be a great damage dealer against large groups. The Bow of the Banshee, though, is possibly the best thing out of this group, in that on a hit, you possibly inflict Frightened. Now, Frightened means that the enemy can't move and they have disadvantage on their attack rolls. And now you can do this at range, and then to keep them from getting toward you, especially if they're melee based. And then you're also gaining +1d4 damage to attack rolls and damage against the enemies that are frightened. Okay, so I'm actually going to pick this up right now. For 380 gold, I'm willing to do that. For the others, I mean, for Duergar's, definitely not. But for the Bow of the Banshee and for the 130 for the Shining Staver of Skulls, I'm willing to buy these here. It's not enough to raise his attitude. Okay, and I'm not going to buy Duergar's. I'm going to take a chance on this later on.
Come back anytime. I'll be here, enjoying the show.
So now, since I did pick up a couple of... What am I... Oh, did I... Was that barter? I might have been in barter.
Waiting for three. The part with coin and jog on.
Yes, I was in barter. Okay. I was like, why did those not show up? I was in barter. That's why.
Come back anytime.
Okay, so now for me, the Shining Staver of Skulls is going to go over here to Shadowheart. Morning Frost is nice, but I'm going to be relying on Call Lightning instead of it. And the Bow of the Banshee is going on me. And now I'm going to go talk to Sergeant Thrinn.
What now?
Okay, now you have an option here. The boots that we got from Thulla belonged to Sergeant Thrinn.
Never thought I'd see these back. Nasty sneak gave even Gek the slip. Crafty little shits, these ones. You need a stiff cane to keep them in line. Here then. His bounty's yours. Now move! I've got no time for...
The parasite stirs, but it's a mere tickle. You hear no thoughts or memories, just an echo of scars that never healed.
A true soul, eh? Useless wreck of a lookout could have told me. Glad you're here to take responsibility. Tunnels collapsed. Trapped true soul Nere. He's stuck in there with poisoned geezers. We don't get him out soon, it's both our heads. Place is older than bone dust. Previous tenants left a trap. Dropped a shit ton of metal once we dug a ways in. Get Nere out, and you'll have the Absolute's blessing. No doubting that. Entrance to an ancient temple. General's orders, Nere said. Must contain something important. He got me to recruit non-believers. But not everyone's seeing the Absolute's truth. They don't get paid soon. I'll have a riot on my hands. Not a one. Unless you count tacking aboleth fangs to my whipping cane.
Okay, don't want to do this yet. We'll just say I'll take care of it.
Thought you would. True souls don't abandon their own.
Okay, and now we get a choice for returning the missing boots here. Okay, so they took the Boots of Speed from me and gave them to Thrinn. If we kill Thrinn, we can get them back later. However, if Thrinn falls into lava, we don't get them back. So that's the choice I'm taking here, to be able to get the armor of uninhibited Kashigo. This is a monk-specific weapon that deals with patient defense. So while patient defense is active, you can use your reaction to make an unarmed strike against any attacker that misses. Okay? So now if I go into combat, somebody attacks me and miss, I can use a reaction to make a full damage unarmed attack against them. The other one is the Bracing Band. So after shoving an enemy, you gain a +1 to their armor class until your next turn. Very situational, not nearly as good. So I'm going to take the armor here. And now, like I said, I don't have those boots anymore. So I'm taking a chance that I'm going to get those boots back. If I kill her, I can get them back. You can also pickpocket them, but there's no real need to take the chance. If you get caught, they're really hard to pickpocket, and if you take the chance and you get caught, everybody goes hostile, so it's not really worth it, in my opinion. So now I'm going to talk to Lunkbug here, and before I do...
What to do?
A long way to go still.
Can't give up now.
One by one.
Gnomes speak in soft whispers, the words all but lost in the hot air.
Jeez. The rolls, chat. The rolls.
We'll never get through. We need that smoke powder. Philommene's gone, and if she's smart, she won't be coming back. Tell the sergeant where she went. Beldron's still trapped with that maniac Nere. Forget the smoke powder. They kill Phil on the spot. I won't let you do it. Glittering gods. She actually survived.
Praise Ironhand. Larida, our prayers are answered. Mom, our friends are trapped in the cave-in, and I know a way to get them out.
Bug, please. True Soul Nere will... You know what he'll do. Lunkbug, don't!
I've got no choice, Larida. We have to chance it. A few days back, there was a scene. Our friend Philomene, she's a sapper, set off a blast and ran off. We set a spot for hiding if someone found trouble. I'll mark your map. If Philomene made it, you'll find her there. She'll have the stuff to blow that tunnel wide open and get Beldron and the rest out.
Please, please don't hurt my Phil. I beg you.
Hurry! Our people won't last in that cave-in forever.
And welcome, Andy, and thanks for the well wishes from my UK viewers. I appreciate that, and thanks for being here. So now I'm going to click on the cave-in.
You near the rubble, a fragmented voice clutches at your mind.
True soul. True soul. Finally, you must clear rubble, filling poison. Expedition. Passage trapped. Gnomes useless. Don't trust Berks. Get me out!
View through Nere's eyes is a blur. You only make out a bit of rubble and few moving figures.
Okay, so here's a perception check.
The blur resolves into an image. Two gnomes feverishly removing debris, while two others lie dead at Nere's feet, their flesh scorched by powerful magic. You sense Nere's frustration, tinged with rage, as the connection fades.
Okay, so now we've done everything we need to in here, and our map now has a couple of things. There's a quest marker for find the explosives up here that we need to go to, and then we have all our quest markers here about clearing the cave-in, kill Nere, free the deep gnomes here, and this is the adamantine forge, which we're going to get to much later on. So I'm seriously hoping Brithvar will talk to me now.
Those pricks will get nowhere with just axes. Thrinn's got them touched in their head.
That's the cult's doing.
Off with you.
What
Private
in the heck?
conversation.
Why am I not able to talk to Brithvar?
No one trucks with Clan Flameshade. Off with you. Private conversation.
I don't get it. What is different here? I don't know. I have no idea what is different about this. Okay. We're gonna do one more thing. And then talk to Brithvar. We're being followed around by this scrying eye. Okay, we're gonna walk all the way down here.
Quit whimpering, or I'll take a slice off your haunches for my supper.
We're gonna put everybody into hiding. We're gonna break our group, and we're gonna take Shadowheart. No.
Tread carefully.
Out here. And we're gonna wait for the scrying eye to catch up to us. Okay, it will. It's following us. And we want to be in hiding when we do this, and she has the shatter spell.
All that brawn and they're trembling
I'm really hoping that this works.
I must keep going.
Where's the scrying eye? It's normally not this slow. There it is. This thing is bugged to all get-go. You know what? I'm actually going to... Maybe that's why? Maybe because the scrying eye was following me.
Running.
When I was up there previously. He didn't want to have a conversation. Maybe that was it?
Can't risk being in open view.
So let's move everybody up here again.
Very well.
There's the scrying eye.
And you better hope that's the
I'm just gonna run away from it. And see, I don't see it out here. Now let's see if I can talk to Brithvar.
Off with you.
Nope.
Private conversation.
Okay, I have no idea why that is broke. None whatsoever. But if it doesn't unbreak, I'm going to have a substantially more difficult time here. And I mean a substantially more difficult time. I haven't had this happen in either one of my honor mode playthrough testings.
Need to keep focused.
Or in my off-stream tactician mode version playthrough either. So I don't know why I can't talk to him.
Statue, you think?
Human.
I have no idea.
Certainly. A god, perhaps.
There's the scrying eye.
Gnomes make such a thing.
I want it to follow me.
Why don't you tell me?
Okay, so now it's following me. Okay, it's still coming. I'm going to go into hiding, and I'm going to hover over turn-based mode here. Okay, now the Scrying Eye, if you examine it, it's vulnerable to thunder damage. So, he only allows the first time you speak with him. If you say no, he will hold a grudge. I haven't spoken with... That was the first time trying to speak with him. I haven't spoken with him yet. That was the first time I tried to speak with him. I don't know any other time to speak with him before that. He didn't appear in any cutscenes or anything like that. But anyway, the Scrying Eye is vulnerable to thunder damage. He is resistant to a lot of other things. So thunder damage is what you want to damage him with. So I'm going to cast Shatter here. Whoops, exit turn-based mode.
Breathe deep and move.
I was never in conversation with him. I never interacted with him. I walked up the ramp, clicked on him to talk to him, and he said private conversation. So the first time I talked to him, I never got the option to even talk to him. The first time I got off the boat, I walked right up here, turned the corner, clicked on him, just like this, and he says the same thing. I never got a conversation option with him. Never once. So this is bad. This is real bad. Why do things bug out on honor mode playthroughs? Why? Why?
The gnome bolted. Saw it myself. Thrinn still ain't caught a whiff of her. Slaves are paying the price. Those pricks will get nowhere with just.
Okay, well, I don't have a choice here. I have no choice in this.
The cult pricks are spreading like flies on shit.
This is... Yeah, this fight is going to be substantially harder. Substantially harder. So... Okay, I've got one. Jeez. Alright. Well, nothing to do, nothing for it but to do it. So...
Killing history itself.
We don't have a choice. I am going to pick this up, because if it comes down to a choice between saving the gnomes and a party wipe, the gnomes are going to end up getting killed. I do not care. So we're going to go over here.
What a day. Let's crack it open.
Getting packaged. You got that right.
And pick up an item that can hopefully be our failsafe if something happens.
What's it?
Let's be quick.
Miles,
The scraps of a nightfall feast.
To break bread in Shah's name, then spill blood in her name. A sacred rite.
Okay, so we're not interested in any of this stuff in here.
Something over there.
We can come back and search all of this stuff later.
All is ashen meat. Another step forward.
Okay, so there's another perception check here
Curious.
to be able to move this rock.
Keep your distance, darling.
Why does Astarion not have enough strength? Oh, because he hasn't drank his potion yet. Okay, there's a hidden stash here. But again, I'm not interested in it.
I've got a long road
We're going to put everybody into hiding here.
Have to keep going. Looks like an ambush.
Okay, we passed the perception check. That means you're not going to get surprised if something bad happens here. I don't expect it's going to, but then when we do choose to initiate this fight, we still won't be surprised. Okay, if you're not in hiding, when you go through that, you're going to get ambushed by the oozes that drop down from above. So I just don't want to do that because I'm going to need every bit of my action economy here to deal with this fight I'm going to have upcoming. It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a big problem. And again, I'm not searching anything. I can come back and do all this later. It's going to take me an hour to do this fight. Okay, once you're over here, you can come out of hiding. And
Wits and blades
make sure you
always
pass
Still breathing. Despite
guidance
everything.
here.
With haste.
And up here is Philomene.
Hold it! I swear to Iron Hand. One more step, and a blow us to chunks!
An ashen scent fills the air. The barrel is filled with smoke powder, but the scent is acrid, as if contaminated somehow. Or much, much more concentrated.
She's gonna blow up. That's my thing.
Shut your mouth, Hoon, or I'll shut you down. Drug, dropping my name like your cultist arse knows me, like we're friends. I know what you are, one of Nere's cult goons. Sailed right in. Better to die in this shit heap than rot in Moonrise. You want me? Come get me.
Please roll a 1.
Lorida! Ruddy mind games. I know all about your tricks, true soul. Shit. I can't do it. Go on. Drag me to Moonrise. I'll make you cult nutters suffer. You want to waste rune powder on... Look, you have no idea what you're dealing with. Any true Iron Hand would trade their life for a grain of this stuff. It's the whole damn reason we're here, and I'm not leaving without it. But let me go. Maybe I'll spare you a vial.
rune powder is gnomish folklore, an explosive of awesome power handed down to the gnomes by their war god, Gerdel Ironhand, a formula so dangerous it was stricken from history, if it ever existed to begin with.
We've heard the same ones, I bet. A fistful of fire that can turn cities to dust. Well, it's real. And I need to bring it back to Baldur's Gate. I'd rather my clan were with me, but the mission comes first. A vial's what I can spare you. Look, we're freedom fighters. We need this powder to prove a point. To people who really need a point proven to them. Let me go, and you'll be on the right side of history. That's all I can say. A barrel of this could light up the Underdark. A vial is plenty. Just let me go my way. Listen, you see Larida at the dig? Tell her I'm dead, impaled, half-eaten. I don't care. Make up a story.
Ah, nothing says true love like faking your own death to avoid someone.
Beloved? I might have been hers. She sure as hell wasn't mine. I'm getting the rune powder back to Baldur's Gate. Alone.
Okay, so we're gonna get a rune powder vial here. And now we can head back and have this fight. Oh boy. Okay, so we're gonna pull out all the stops here.
My faith protects me.
Over there.
And we will try to talk to Brithvar one more time.
On my way.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be of any use. I think he's completely bugged.
Spreading like flies on shit.
I need a quick word.
Off with you. Private conversation.
Yep. Okay, so thinking how I want to do this.
The slowest of you lot is getting moving.
Okay. So.
Someone there? Subtle steps.
Okay.
You pricks got some nerve. Clean up this mess. Here dies.
Okay. So we'll see what we can do here with all of this.
I'll peel your balls like potatoes if you don't move. And you better hope that's the worst.
Okay, there's something else I need to get. No, I'll just take them all.
The slowest of you lot is getting tossed to a rope.
Let's think ahead, or I'm lost. My faith protects me.
I was trying to concentrate.
Okay, now elixirs. How many do I have? I've got 3. Okay, I also... It would be useful for my bard to have an elixir of psychic resistance.
I'd love to,
Arlac is going to take the elixir of bloodlust.
I need to concentrate.
Shadowheart as well.
Don't mind me.
Okay.
What's next, I wonder?
So I think this is about as good as I can do. Oh, there is something else that I want to do. I can go do this just with Astarion, though. Forgot to do it when I was up in the place where we ran into Philomene. So the quest is going to be a little out of order.
Snitch.
But
No
here...
one drugs with Clan Flameshade.
Something over there.
Is the backup stash of smoke powder. Now, this is gonna suck. Okay.
I'll peel your balls like potatoes if you don't move! And you better hope that's the worst of it.
Alright, but we're gonna move over here.
You pricks got some nerve. Clean up this mess. Near dies, heads.
I'm just going to drop these out here for now. Not really relying on them at this second. I just want to get them out of my inventory. So I can start this off, because as Lord Henry says, I'm not releasing Nere yet. I'm going to kill the Duergar first. To do that, I'm going to start this off. I'm going to wait until Thud goes back out here. Then I'm going to use Astarion to firebolt the smoke powder barrel. And we're going to get into a fight. This is going to suck. Come on, Thud. Let's go, man. Move out the way. We're just going to take our time and wait for him, because I want these four here to take damage out of this. Thud's a barbarian. Quite dangerous for us to deal with. The novice and the mind master are incredibly dangerous for us to deal with. Yeah, I do, but I don't. I'm afraid if I run, I mean, if he doesn't move here in a couple minutes or a couple seconds, then I'll do it. He walked over there a little bit ago, so I know he does it. Again, I'm not going to compromise the run here. What I have it on my Bard. I don't want to go out here, cast it, have my Bard run back, and then try and get back into hiding, and then have Astarion trigger it all at the same time. It's a little bit too much micromanagement. If I have to do it, I will. I would prefer for Thud just to walk over there. But we'll see what happens. If he doesn't, then I'll bring my Bard out here and do it.
The slowest of you lot is getting tossed to a Rothe in heat.
Does this count as adventuring?
Alright, well.
Don't waste a step.
I say, I don't want to do this. But
I'll peel your balls like potatoes if you don't move. And you better hope that's the worst of it.
see, I don't want the gnomes going over there either. So, minor illusion's not going to cut it.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
How delicious.
It's not going to work. I don't know if Thud's going to move. So, we've got one of the Mind Masters here in the anti-magic field, so I think we're just going to start it off. Not a whole lot of choice here. let's go move these barrels back, since I don't have to worry about them. Goes everything. And yeah, I guess I can do it from up here. I'm actually going to wait for this Mine Master to come back a little bit where they were a second ago. Oh, there's Thrud. Okay, he moved. Alright. Well, here goes everything.
Embers are rising. It's clear not everything you find is at your disposal.
Okay. So that was bad. I passed the... Was I in hiding when I did that?
What to do?
Okay. I need to get into combat or else they're just going to heal themselves. So I rolled first, and Astarion is somehow not in combat. Okay.
Time to push my luck again.
So that helped out tremendously as far as damage goes. So...
Careful.
And like I say, for some reason Astarion is not in combat here. Don't entirely know why, but he can attack. Okay, so let's start seeing if we have attacks on any of these enemies to finish them off. I would love to get rid of the Mine Master. I can't see with all of this. Okay, so the Novice. Ooh, Sergeant Thrinn took a huge hit. Okay. So...
Still breathing, despite everything.
Stoneguard Cur, I'm not too worried about. Well, I am worried about. Drawer is up top. Doesn't have a shot on me unless he comes down. Corsair Greymonm is a problem. So let's... I'm gonna go into hiding here because I can do it. Nope, I can't. So it's a really weird interaction here. Because I was not in combat, with them. They don't see me as hostile. A little weird. But okay, the thing is can I get a shot? I'd love to get rid of Corsair Greymonm or go into hiding and get sneak attack on the Mine Master. Can I do that? I can. Okay. So let's use an arrow of lightning here on Mine Master. We're going to try and kill them. I'm going to wait for that Duergar out there to leave. And I'm going to wait for this Duergar that just came up the steps to leave. Neither one of those two are in combat yet, and I want to keep them out of it for as long as I can. Not going to need that. Okay. Hey, I'm not arguing with any of this. Now I can't hide here.
Neither seen nor heard.
So sure, let's see if it's gonna bug out with Brithvar, or yeah, with Brithvar. I have no problem taking advantage of this whole thing bugging out on me. So let's get rid of Thrinn. If I can. Actually get rid of the novice first, I guess. Oh, yeah. Please, yeah, this is what happens when you get all buggy with me. I just take advantage of your entire game. This is probably going to bring me into combat. It didn't. Oh, yeah, see, I no longer care about anything about your game. Okay, so who is left?
Nothing important is ever easy.
So I know where he is. He's over there in the flowers. Elder Brithvar's outside, way out here. I know where he is. Stoneguard Kerr's right next to him. Drar is up here with me on the top. And Corsair Greymonm is here. I would love to be able to get rid of Greymonm. He's going to die probably because of the flames on his next turn anyway. But I don't want to take a chance. And if I have free shots here, I would love to get it on him. But I don't know if I can. Yes, I can. Okay. So now we're going to probably get into combat with this. Because all the others were one-shots, that's why I was not entered into combat. Oh, that's bad, though. He rolled before Astarion. He's going to try and shove Astarion off that cliff. So we need to get rid of him.
Come on, let's go.
He's walking away.
Good idea.
Okay. 20 hit points left.
Dagger, my favorite.
She might get brought into combat here because of where Karlach is standing. She actually can't. They're too heavy to throw. I've tried that before. So what's my shove here? Something like 80%. Okay, but instead... Okay, let's try this instead. I just don't know. Astarian's got high dex, but if he fails the save, he's gone. But I think he's gone next turn anyway. I think what I'm going to do is upcast Shatter. Throw. I need to get my Channel Divinity back, so I'm going to use one of my short rests here. This might bring me into combat. Yeah, I can't do it because he's in combat. So let's just call lightning and see what happens. So we did save. Unfortunate. So now it's just a question of who's getting knocked off the cliff into the chasm. That was a big mistake on my part.
On my way.
Maybe not. I have an idea. He's got 8 hit points left. Much will depend on this roll. Okay. Needed that. That's fine. Even with all my bonuses to that. Okay, so we just need to take him out. So
time to move.
Try and get him to drop his concentration here. Yeah. Okay, so that dropped his concentration.
Let's end this. Got to move.
go time. That's it.
Okay. Just wait for them to come up.
With haste.
She's staying out there. Probably because of... No, she can make her way around them. We'll see what Elder Brithvar does.
Let's spill some blood. Step quick.
If they don't come in here, then we'll move out and go get them. But I prefer them to come to me. Perfect. Was probably the wrong place for you to move, though. Actually, we'll frenzy first.
Got it.
Okay, so I'm a little less worried about all of this now. Was hoping to lock him in place with Frighten, but he's saved.
Let's have some courage. Let's have a little fun.
Too far away. Okay. Alright, so where is she at? Okay, slightly moving in here. So let's go back to Shadowheart, cancel her turn and move her back. Prefer not to get a ranged attack against her.
Shall we dance?
Astarian's invisible, so he's gonna move down here.
Over here.
To get in better position against her.
Ready for another round?
Arlac's gonna move back as well. If they want to attack anybody, I want them to attack my bard.
Under their noses.
Actually, you know, I might be able to do this. No, can't. Actually, I might. Path is still interrupted there. Yeah, just barely. That's fine though. I caused damage. attack my bard. That's exactly what I wanted to have happen. I don't know if I can attack there. That's a weird spot for them to be in. Let's see if there's path interrupted. There's not.
This'll help.
Okay. Oof. I didn't want to do that. But thank goodness for Barrelmancy. Or that. Yeah, Karlak.
Let's march.
Yeah, as the temporary hit points. Okay. Well, we're gonna remove everybody else since everybody else is onesies. Now, wasn't planning on doing things in this order, but
breathe deep.
Let's go ahead and no.
What is it? They won't see me coming. Let's have a rummage.
You attacked someone. Only the guards.
Okay, that got her turned around, and it got me a surprise round, which is great, because now I'm going to get happy in here. That gives him another +1 to attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks.
You're making me sweat. I'm too tall for this.
Gonna wait.
Handy.
Okay.
Invisible me.
Go.
Now we're probably gonna get into combat with all three of these.
Just like all the time.
Very hard to isolate just one. But we're gonna try. I'm gonna wait for her to come all the way back and go up these steps. See if I can get them as far away from stonemason and the stonemasons as I can. Okay, where's she at? There she is. Come on, Dana, come up here. I'm gonna hover over turn-based mode. Wait for her to turn around.
Let's prowl. A little chicanery.
You attacked someone. Only the guards are allowed.
Okay, got a surprise round out of it. Tavern Brawler Thrower is so powerful.
Don't touch me.
Especially in the early game. Okay, we're gonna bring Astarion and put him up here. And we're gonna see how many alpha strikes we can get.
I'm so tired. How do people do this all day?
Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to make it. They're both gonna be too far. Okay, so I'm gonna hold control.
Let's go to pass.
There's 1, 2, 3. Okay. So we got 3 alpha strikes on him. Definitely want to be up top and throwing from high ground. Get the additional height bonus.
Turn down the fire.
All right.
I would prefer to throw something else with her this time. So we'll throw this torch. Oh, I can hit him.
Easy.
Let's see where we roll in initiative. Okay, that's why I didn't want to throw it, because I was afraid I was going to roll behind Gurgaran in initiative, and my pike would still be sitting down there. So if I'm worried about initiative, then I don't want to throw the pike. Seeing where the detection cone is here.
On my way.
Good. Knocked him back far enough that the detection cone allowed me to move here.
Here goes nothing.
Don't know if I can get a shot on him or not from here. I can.
Can't afford any mistakes.
Okay, and last.
Onward.
Oh, I didn't give her a ranged weapon. That's nice. I don't think I'm going to be able to get this down there. I'm not. Okay.
Shall we cut and run? With finesse.
He's going to throw something. Oh, he cast Ivar's Black Tentacles. Nice. I love that spell. I mean, it's not going to stay up for very long, but I love the spell.
Aye, aye. Handy.
Okay, so I don't know if this is going to work or not. does. Okay, then.
Let's finish this.
Just like old times.
Oh, why is that too far? You're joking.
Well, so much for peace.
Okay, he's locked in place. He might go invisible. He didn't. Now it's over.
Good idea, Karlach.
Okay. Alright, so we need to get our key points back. So let's take our short rest.
Fresh.
No one back home will ever believe this.
And now we're gonna break Nere out of here. Now, I have never done it this way before. So, I'm going to have to be very, very careful about what my dialogue choices here are. I was planning to do this a different way. When you fight Nere and you have made a deal with the rebels, you're going to get a conversation option where you bring Brithvar into the fight, and he goes, yes, I want to get paid. Nere becomes angered by that, and he gives you one last chance to side with Brithvar or side with him. The option most people choose is to side with Brithvar. However, if you side with Nere, then at the end of it, Nere will give you, there will be a wisdom check to make where you can save the gnomes. The text on it is bugged. It's been bugged for many, many patches now and never fixed. But he will reward you for siding with him, and you will get an unlifted tadpole. Then, and you will have also saved the gnomes because of that wisdom check. Then you can talk to the gnomes, complete their quest, and then you can attack Nere, kill him, and get the tadpole that's on his body. So you can get 2 tadpoles out of this. I don't have that option now because Brithvar is already dead. So that was my plan, was to get Brithvar on my side, then betray Brithvar, side with Nere, get his tadpole as a reward, have half of the Duergar already dead, and then I would be fighting Nere in the other half after that. Now I don't have that option, so we are going to free Nere here. Okay, the gnomes are going to run off. I want to be doing this with kind of tough on how I want to do this. Because I want to go before Nere in this fight. But do I have the Helm of Autonomy? Oh, yes, I do. I just saw it. It's on Karlach. Let's put that on Astarion. That's going to give him proficiency in wisdom saving throws as well. I didn't have them ready for combat or anything, which is a huge mistake on my part. Nere does piercing, so this isn't really going to matter all that much. He doesn't do any lightning damage, but I want to have advantage on saving throws against being charmed. So this way, if Astarion doesn't go first in this, but I want to have the conversation item because I'm going to have to persuade Nere, I believe. Or no, I don't. I just have a conversation item that says no one dies today. He gets angry and goes from there. So,
hello.
Yeah, let's go with Astarion and see if we can get... Actually, it's not going to matter because this conversation is going to automatically bring my bard into it.
Time to die.
That normally doesn't kill it. You normally have to use 2. Wait for the fire to go away before you drop the second one. Okay, the gnomes are running away again, which is good. I don't care if I lose the susser bark or the susser petals or not.
Can you hear me? Baldur!
Okay, they're going to wait for the flames to die down. Actually, normally Baldur runs out through it and then heals himself. You can't save Myrna.
Finally. Worthless slaves. Your incompetence has been my ruin.
I don't know why the sound in the background is not. You can't save her. There's no way to save her, so don't try.
So you care for the weak, true soul. Was it your hand that slayed Nere's servants, or is there a sane explanation? Traitor, you have breathed your last.
Okay.
Mutilate them.
Your violent behavior is proving unpopular. Tread carefully, or things may get out of hand.
Alright, so there's the... It's just being in proximity to lava brought on all of those... that sound in the background. So, Nere. Nere has a legendary action, Psionic Vision. He can immediately cast Psionic Vision on himself when attacked. Okay? Now, Psionic Visage is not a big thing in and of itself. He just gets 3 copies of himself that protect him. As long as one of those copies remain, he's immune to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. Okay? He's not immune to elemental damage types. He is immune, however, to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. However, when the caster is struck, a Psionic Visage will detonate. And it detonates for 2d6 psychic damage. So he's got 3 of them per turn. And every turn to cause non-elemental damage to him, you have to get rid of them by striking them. Now, you can wait them out. Otherwise, and when they strike, they're going to detonate against whoever struck him with 2d6 psychic damage. Now, this does work at range. So, for instance, if my bard attacks him from up here and he has the Psionic Visages out, he does not right now, by the way. But if he does, then my bard is going to take that backlash even up here. And that detonation will knock you backward. So you need to be careful about where you're standing when you do this. Okay? So I'm going to attack with Astarion here to bring the psionic visages out. Okay, there they are. So now I could attack him again, but Astarion's going to take that damage. I have psychic resistance on my bard.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have. What now?
So we're going to move up here.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
We're going to do a slashing flourish ranged here. Now, the psionic visages, you can see they last for 1 turn. So if I want to give him a free turn here, I can just wait for him to disappear. Okay. I don't necessarily want to give him a free turn on this. I would prefer to take the damage and see if I can actually kill him in 1 turn. And to do that, I'm going to soak up 2 of them with my bard here. That's mobile flourish. That was almost bad. Slashing flourish ranged. 2 attacks here against him. Okay, you see both of those detonated on me. I only took half damage because of the psychic resistance. And now he's got 1 psionic visage left. Okay, and now
I have to survive this.
Going to move in with Shadowheart here. And I want to see, can I get down here? Maybe. That's a weird detection cone there. I can get her around this way better. We'll take the long way. Shadowheart's going to take some damage here.
On I go.
But again, it's going to be... She's going to be dealing elemental damage that will still cause him damage. Those 2 shots from my bard didn't cause him any damage.
Perfectly hidden. Need to tread softly.
Okay, so... let's see how far up here we can get. Okay, so she took damage off of that. He took full damage from that, and now he doesn't have any psionic visages left. So now
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Astarion can finish his turn here without taking any damage from Nere. Okay, and now Karlach can throw the world at him.
Whisper mode.
So he rolled really low on initiative, but I'm not even too worried because I'm going to kill him outright with this.
Easy as. There's an illicit parasite in that corpse. You should take a look.
Maybe I need more pockets.
Okay. So, definitely did not go to plan, but it went much better than I expected. And really, that was entirely due to the barrels here. By far the best decision to make. That allowed me to clear out 4 of them before the fight really even started. So yeah, that's why you collect those barrels. That's why you keep them.
I can't bear to think about it.
Because they're incredibly useful for you. So let's talk to Baldur here. And for Baldur, I think it's persuasion. That I need for him.
Something's on my
Covered in
mind.
dust. Baldur! I was so worried. Did Nere hurt you?
No, I'm all right. Did the sergeant hurt you?
Oh, who cares? We're together now, thank Iron Hand.
We ought to thank someone a little closer by, I think. Gaedel Ironhand you may not be, but you damn well fight like him. I'm grateful, don't mistake me, but why help us? You're one of them, aren't you? Glittering gods! I should have known that one was too damn stubborn to die. Here. The Iron Hand Gnomes honor their debts. With Wulbren gone, that falls to me.
Make it quick. We need to find Wulbren. Now!
You're a little late, Barcus, my lad. He's already been sent to Moonrise Towers. We were just slave hands to the cult, but not Wulbren. He knows things. Things they want to know, too.
What has he gotten himself mixed up in now?
Yeah, Lord Henry, that is right. If all else fails and the game throws you a lemon, throw lemons right back at them, but throw lemons injected with nitroglycerin before you throw them back at the game.
Well, then it seems you've saved us twice over. Gods above, she bloody did it. Of course she did. Wulbren has a way of attracting true believers. His quest for rune powder was the latest dream he stuffed in our heads. Yeah, and he was bloody right. He found it. A small cache sitting down here with a manuscript. He just made sense of the formula when the cult jumped us, so he burned the damn thing. If there's a single copy left, it's sitting in his head. Those absolutists pull it out and make rune powder, they could flatten the whole of the Sword Coast. You really would, wouldn't you? But not us. My people can barely stand, and we have business back in the city. Business that sent us after the powder to begin with. The formula might be gone, but we still have the barrels.
And just like that, you'd leave Wulbren behind. I knew you lot were foolish, but I didn't know you were cruel.
If you knew half as much as you think, my lad, Wulbren might have kept you around.
I'm afraid that because we had one bug already, that Wulbren's going to be bugged out. Or that, Barcus is going to be bugged out as well.
And neither will this twit, apparently.
My people will find somewhere to regroup across the lake. Then, on to the city. If you find yourself in Baldur's Gate, seek us out. We'll raise a glass to Wulbren together.
Okay, so now we should get an opportunity to talk to Barcus. I'm just afraid it's going to be bugged.
Well, you did it. I shouldn't be surprised, considering our history. And yet, nothing good happens in the Underdark. As you know, some of the Iron Hand Gnomes, my friend Wulbrin among them, have been taken prisoner in Moonrise Towers. They're not even going after him. I wish I were surprised. And so, to Moonrise Towers I go. Certainly not. In case you haven't been paying attention, my friend has been taken captive. He needs me. Ha! I was unlucky twice. The odds of it happening again are very slim. Then again, a small rest might be prudent. Give me time to think. Fine. Show me where to go, and I'll try my luck. I'll have a better chance of rescuing Wulbrin if I'm at my best. And, thank you.
Okay, so you know what I'm thinking of doing. Let me know if you want to hang around or not. I don't have anything going on until a little bit later on this afternoon. If you guys want me to spend... Normally we would be wrapping up point. But if you want me to spend another hour, I'm perfectly down to do that. We got to a good point here. We still have some combat left ahead of us here. We have 3 more batches of Duergar to clear out before we can head to the Grymforge itself. And it might be a good idea to spend some time here clearing them out. And then off stream, I can loot everything and get all of that taken care of, and then we can start off Saturday by heading to the Grymforge. So, what do you think? If you guys want to stay here for another hour, let me know. If you're getting tired of me, then let me know that as well. So, for now, we'll go ahead and cast Speak with the Dead, because we have a couple of people that we want to speak with, and remember, we want to be out of Shapeshift when we do this. Since we killed them in Shapeshift.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Boots. No. Thief. True souls. Nere. Disciple. Thrill. Absolute's favorite. Speaks with Jellies. Eleanor Thrinn. Sergeant. Absolute. True soul. Cave in. Trapped.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Now remember, we gave Thrinn her boots back in exchange for the robe of uninhibited Kushigo.
Did they?
How about we just take those boots right back? And we will take the Ring of Absolute Force to go along with it.
I can't bear to think about it.
You don't need to. We're together.
The Ring of Absolute Force
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
is the wearer, if the wearer bears the Absolute's brand, which actually I don't know if Shadowheart does actually, and we went through this previously.
No time to rest.
If you're shapeshifted, it doesn't show up. So let's remove her shapeshift. I don't know. I don't think she was with us.
I'm your husband.
She might not be branded. Oh, she is. Okay. So, if the wearer bears the Absolute's brand, they deal 1 additional thunder damage with thunder damage spells and attacks, and it gives her Thunder Wave. Now remember, whenever she deals thunder... Oh no, she's not there yet. I forgot. She doesn't have the gloves of the stormy gloves that do their put reverberation on with thunder damage. But that's something good because it will give her Thunder Wave all of the time that's available to her. So it's once per long rest, I believe. No, it's once per short rest, so it's even better. So she'll have thunder damage available to her, also a way to push people away, and that sort of stuff. So it's a good thing to have. And now I will recast on Nere.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Moonrise Towers. Safe passage. Moon lantern. Drider. Find path to temple. Orders of General. General's Necromancer. Balthazar. Absolute's Chosen. Moonrise Towers.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Okay, and then Nere, before you interact with Nere,
Baldur, are you all right?
you are going to have a strength check.
Better now that I'm with you.
It's a rather gruesome strength check, but you're going to have one anyway, so go into it with someone with a high strength.
The decaying corpse lies before you.
Okay, because you have a strength check here to remove his head.
The head breaks off cleanly from the drow's body.
And then you can loot Nere. So here's the one Mind Flayer parasite that I said you were going to get. I was trying to play it out so that I'd get two,
Covered in dust.
but because of Brithvar bugging out with his dialogue, I didn't have that option. This is the Spider's Lyre, which he mentioned. We already have one of those. We picked it up from Minthara when we knocked her out and looted her, but we'll send another one to camp. This is the broken moon lantern that he talked about, and we're gonna hold on to the, or hold off on taking this for a second. You get 1,000 gold from him.
Better now that I'm
You get the Sword of Screams. Now, the Sword of Screams is a rapier, which is a finesse weapon, so it's dexterity based, and it deals your standard 1d8 rapier damage. However, it also has an additional 1d4 psychic damage that goes along with it. That is a damage rider. You can stack other damage riders on top of this. You can dip this weapon and it will add an additional damage rider on top. You can use Elemental Weapon from the Drakethroat Glaive in Act 2 on top of this. But it comes with a 1d4 psychic damage and it's a dexterity based weapon. It's not light, so you can't dual wield it without having the feat, but it is a decent, a longsword based, the same as a longsword damage weapon that has an additional damage rider on it. That is pretty nice.
Wait.
Just a regular +1 dagger, and then you have the Disintegrating Nightwalkers. Now these changed from the early release of the game to now, in that now they're marked with an orange border, and they are very rare now. as they used to be blue and now they are purple. But it's still the exact same pair of boots. You can't be enwebbed, entangled, or ensnared, and you can't slip on grease or ice, and it gives you Misty Step. So a couple of very, very useful things to have on there. And again, we're gonna leave the moon lantern for a second. We're gonna pick the moon lantern up with me, but I want to be shape-shifted.
Object catches your eye. A lantern, it seems. Though no light flickers within.
Broken as an old heart. Nothing but dust inside.
Okay, so you have two checks here. So you have an investigation check, which is intelligence-based, and I forgot to put that on. I was getting ready for it and forgot the one big thing I really needed.
Broken moon lantern catches your eye. Its glow now snuffed out.
Okay, so the investigation check here.
Nothing about the lantern strikes you as unusual.
How many is that this stream? Is that 3 or 4? Nat 1's on a skill check.
This is pixie dust, used to illuminate a lamp, or left behind after a pixie's death.
Okay, so what you learned from the investigation check is that it was a lantern, but it is now broken. So I didn't want to waste an inspiration just to learn that. But it basically tells you that you can't use this. It is broken beyond repair and can't be used. So it's kind of giving you a hint. Don't try and take this into the Shadowlands. It's just not going to work for you. The last thing that we want to do is look at Corsair Greymonm here.
No traps, please.
I can't bear to think about it.
Because just like we talked about, now you can get the rest of his inventory. And you get it for free. So don't spend that 1,700 gold on getting Jorgaral's greatsword when you can just pick it up for free.
You're covered in dust and... Wait.
Okay, now looking at our numbers here, we are
My faith will guide me.
fairly close to getting to level 6.
Looking ahead.
And that wants to be our goal here. I can come back, loot all of this stuff afterwards. These are all things that you'll find in the chests around here. But now they're just dropped on the ground. I'll come back and loot all of this other stuff. There's no other specialty items around here that that might not be true.
Anything
Elder
of use?
Brithvar has the Deep Delver, I think. Yeah, he does. The Deep Delver is a war pick. It's a 1d8 pick that inflicts Shattered on hit. And Shattered means that you deal on a 1d4 piercing damage against shattered targets. So it's got a damage rider, but only on the second attack that you make with it. So if you don't have an extra attack, it's not nearly as useful because you'd be waiting until your next turn. And I'm pretty sure that's it for specialty stuff. So let's head out here, and like I say, we have at least we have 3 more groups of Duergar that we want to deal with. Okay, and while we have a bunch of our action economy back, after the short rest. Actually, there's only 2. No, there's 3. We'll deal with them here in a second. While we have our action economy, let's come back here. We're going to stop everybody here, go into hiding, break our group.
Pave my path with corpses, build my castle with bones.
Well, look here. Nere's killer in the flesh. Make yourself useful. Grab a cane and whip these drugnin beasts into shape. That rubble needs clearing, and my patience is hanging on by an arse whisker. Damn right I do. Getting cramps in my arm trying to whip the drugnin beasts back to work. Now get to the caning, before I thrash you instead. You got no need to know, and I got no need to tell. So get to caning or to leaving.
Okay, we have a persuasion check here. So again, my minimum's 15. So I can only fail this with something that is bound to show up here, right? No. It's trying. It's trying, chat. And it looks like a few of you want me to stay, so we're going to go ahead and clear all this out.
Fine. Look at this. Adamantine. Stuff's no joke. Stronger than steel, rarer than mithril. It ain't mined, it's made. There's an adamantine forge back there, sure as shitting. Don't get any smart ideas. That forge is clan property. But get the beasts moving and I'll toss some coin your way. Go on then. Light a fire under the buggers.
Okay, now you want to be careful on how you initiate this conversation. We're going to talk with one of the deep Rothe. All the chasm that's here. There's also like 1 pixel of it in here somewhere. And then all the chasm out here. You don't want to roll low on initiative and have one of them come over and knock you into this pit. So move back here where he can't get behind you. And then talk to the deep Rothe that way.
No more! No more pain, no more work! All must die!
Okay, so we have a persuasion option down here to strike out against the Duergar. Hey, that's the first time I've seen 40 in all of my playthroughs. That's the first time I've seen a 40 roll. That is, what, 1,410 hours of playing this game. That's the first time I've seen a 40 roll. I've been waiting for it.
Yes, they made the pain. Now they feel it.
Bloody Rothe have lost it. Put them down.
Okay.
And the shark too.
So they're all going to go before the Rothe goes. Or before the Rothe go. So there's a way to help dissuade that. You can only get 2 of them. You can't get 3. Actually, I want to get these 2. Oh, they saved. You're kidding. He rolled a 19 and a 16. Horrible. Horrible.
Ready for some good news. Sneak, sneak.
Okay, now again, I'd prefer to throw something that is not my returning pike, because I don't know if I'm going to get advantage or gain initiative or not. And you can throw anything. I'm going to throw some armor at him.
Got it.
Okay, I did roll on initiative, so we'll go ahead and throw the returning pike next.
One, two.
Then we'll rage.
If this isn't important.
Okay, since I don't have any key points left, I want to go in barehanded. Let me see if I can reach him. I can't. Okay. Why I'm... Oh, I know why I'm not going. I hate that.
There is work to do. Best step softly.
When you enter into combat, from being out of combat, that action does not trigger the bonus unarmed strike, bonus action unarmed strike from the monk. That first turn doesn't trigger it. So I would have to attack with something else in my hand. And then have like a bonus action to do flurry of blows or something like that on Astarion to be able to trigger it to be able to use it on that first round. But like I say, it just doesn't trigger on that first attack. It's kind of a bummer, but it is what it is.
Bleed for me.
Six hit points left.
Let's turn someone inside out.
Oh my word.
Let's try that then.
Not too worried about that. They're probably going to end up going for a ride. Was hoping to get rid of him. Let's see where this rolls in initiative. Okay, not too great. He'll go after the or she'll go after the Rothe. No, she didn't. Outstanding. Focus her down.
Time to kill. Mutilate them.
There's the unarmed strike I was talking about. Those were really low damage rolls. Oh, he's got resistance. That's right. She's frenzied.
God's
lads, it's hot in here.
What to do?
Okay. Could have killed her if all three of these would have landed. Gotta wait a second for it to come back. Yeah, I definitely could have killed her if all three would have landed. Okay, that was a problem. So I really need to try and take her out. Oh, that was not the time for one. She might actually just outright kill Astarion now. They tend to focus on enemies who are downed. But she could also very well just kill my bard too. Let's at least get him back up. She goes after him. He's got Blade Ward now, so he's resistant to that damage. Doesn't have a lot of hit points though. He's got disadvantage. Of course, she rolls a crit. I'm gonna try and lacerate her. Okay, she's saved against it.
Can't slow down.
Move up next to him, give him disadvantage. He's frightened and threatened.
Hungry for the slaughter. Don't linger. Let's find some prey.
Okay.
Put him up.
I don't think this is going to knock him into the pit.
Easy.
Gotta remember to wait for it to come back. Okay.
Duergar can't hurt anymore. We'll wait until it's safe to leave. You helped me. I helped you.
And they will open up the back way here. Now I want to do... I want to pick up a couple of things, but let's remove our shapeshift and we'll speak with the dead here.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Open passage, ancient forge, special. No clan expedition, treasure. Adamantine enhancement from Mithril. Many months dig. Done unsparing, Orzron Mountain.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Okay, so I do want to pick up a couple of things. Just want to pick up a couple of items that Karlach can throw. Now we all have enough for level 6.
Switches my feet can carry me.
I'm plan on saving that level up until the start of Saturday's episode, because it's going to come with a couple of respecs.
Really? Now?
Let's just do a bunch of killing here. Okay, so Starian's going to move up here. Now we've got the high ground against these two. Okay, and we actually want to focus Morghal here. She's the cleric. Now that I have key points again.
You attacked someone. Only the guards are allowed to do that, as this one is about to demonstrate.
Okay. So from up here, there are multiple places where you can move.
Yes, here. Leave no trace.
Get back into hiding for more sneak attacks.
We'll do it my way. Keep them guessing.
Let's march. Rat feet.
Now let's go in with our bard next and see if we can get rid of the cleric.
These boots have seen everything.
We got 17 hit points left. Perfect. Okay, that actually did not trigger me into combat because it one-shot her. Okay, he's frightened, which is good. He's locked in place. He's got disadvantage on his attack rolls. No, I don't think that angle's gonna work. I think I've got to be here. Now we don't know where we're gonna roll an initiative, so I'm just gonna throw a random item. And that still did 20 damage. Again, just because of the height difference, we're gaining an additional 19 bludgeoning damage. Here.
The mission has to come first.
And for Shadowheart, I'm just not going to use any action economy. Don't know if I can get anything. I can. He's gonna throw. I knew that was coming. And he tried to throw two things at Astarian, or at my bard. It didn't work because they hit the bottom of the ledge here.
Smell blood.
Karlach can finish him off.
My little trick.
Have I been this way before?
Got 2 more groups. Again, I'm gonna go pick up that item, that warhammer I threw down here.
More for me?
Oh, we got a couple of javelins
love
for
to,
Karlach
thanks.
as well. Take those.
No one drugs with Clan Flameshade.
Alright, time to skulk about.
Let's have a rummage. Silent as the grave.
Stinking snitch. No
Okay,
one
so we
drugs
want to
with
kind of
Clan
get around
Flameshade.
behind him here.
You attacked someone. Only the guards are allowed to do that, as this one is about to demonstrate.
He turns. Oh wow, he rolled above me in initiative. That's gonna hurt.
I can't take much more.
Jeez.
A better position.
Okay. Well, that hurt. I've got 1 more group left, and I have 1 short rest left. And now the last 2, you can see her over here. I don't think I have enough range to hit them from up here. But what I'm going to do is drag them back this way.
Get him peckish.
Peckish?
No, you got that right.
Be very, very.
Got a surprise round? I did. It's unfortunate that he turned the wrong way here. I'm not going to be able to get over there. I don't think.
Soldier.
Let me just go look.
Halfling essence.
I've never tried jumping on these barges. I don't know if that's possible or not. It looks like it is. Okay, now I'm taking a chance by doing that though, because I'm really close to the edge of the water. I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to stick with my original plan. No need to take chances here. Stick with my original plan. I'm going to try and draw them back. Toward Astarion. So even though I've got a surprise round, I'm not going to utilize it. I'm going to keep them at range. Use my extra bonus action here to hide. Okay, and now I'm going to turn the corner here.
On my way.
They can still cast spells through these grates, though. I forgot about those. Okay. So now let's see if they're close enough. I wasn't expecting the Throne Potion. I was hoping they were both going to get up here. Because now I can take the high ground. I'll turn the candelabrums off. No reason to give them easier chances to hit me. Might as well be obscured when I do this. Oh, I can hit him too. Okay. Let's see if we can roll well on initiative here.
That's it.
Okay, we did not. I want to get rid of at least one of them, though.
Taking my time in the shadows. Don't waste a step.
Prefer not to bunch up. Let's see if I can move here and get a ranged attack. I can. Perfect. I'm going to hold Shadowheart in reserve because he's not in range anyway.
The subtle approach. Let's move. Into the shadows. On the way.
So he's going to throw. There's another smoke powder bomb or something. Nope, it was just a javelin. Okay. So now I can bring Shadowheart up into this.
Off I go.
Okay, so he's out of line of sight. This is probably going to be out of line of sight too. That's why his detection cone's messed up here. Oh wow, it works. Okay, so that's going to give him a -2 to hit. Now for me, let's see if we can go finish him off here. Not going to get a sneak attack here. I'm almost positive. But we can try, I guess. Oh, it is. That's big damage. And then once we're out of it, now we'll definitely finish him off. Okay. So, one last set of enemies for us to deal with. And we will have cleared out the Duergar encampment of the Grymforge.
Time to press ahead.
And I'm going to have a whole lot of looting to do off stream. A whole lot.
I'm so tired. How do people do this all day?
Actually, there's 2 more sets of enemies here. I forgot, but one of them's kind of cheese. So.
Better be cautious.
Quietly now. Stay low.
So to do this, there are 3 oozes here to deal with. How I normally play this. I make my way all the way up here. I get to this point and I come out of hiding. Because I passed the perception check, I told you I'm not going to get surprised here. I know that this is a good spot for an ambush. So I'm going to come out of hiding here. And once you move past the threshold, the oozes spawn. There they are. Okay. If you do it well enough, then you don't, when you try and move away, you don't get an attack of opportunity. So that's why I was kind of moving in there slow like that. So what I want to do is he's facing the wrong way. Now the Ochre Jellies, they're resistant to slashing, both magical and non-magical, but they don't have any other vulnerabilities to anything else. So piercing damage and bludgeoning damage, they are not resistant to. Now I could move in there with Flurry of Blows and get some damage on him, but I'm not going to be able to kill him this turn, so I don't want to do that. I'm going to go into hiding. And just get a regular sneak attack off here. Oh, rolled a crit. Nice. And now I'm going to move back out of the way.
Fine.
Turn this off so I'm obscured.
Moving.
Now they actually have a surprising amount of movement. But there is one thing that an Ochre Jelly can't do. It can't jump.
They won't know what bit them.
They do have a ranged attack. They don't use it very often, but if it's their only option, they will. Is he 10? I should be able to get the kill here. Yep. Okay, now on their turn, combat's going to end. Because they're going to search for me and they're not going to be able to find me. Ah, it didn't actually end. That's nice. That's even better. now I can jump back across. This is the beauty of having 2 bonus actions from the thief. Subclass. Is I can either hide and then dash, or jump and then dash, or just jump twice on every turn.
Now they see me.
Ooh, nice crit.
Time for a new approach.
So much like the mimics, if they can't find you on their turn, they just sit there. They don't try and find you and exit combat.
Into the shadows.
Which is good. It just makes it easier to keep going. For the combat to continue, rather than exiting combat and me having to reposition and get back into combat again.
Let's find some prey. Just like old times.
So as long as I'm in hiding at the end of each turn, I'm golden.
They won't know what bit them.
Perfect.
Tread carefully.
You're going to walk through the acid, but acid doesn't do damage. It just lowers your armor class by 2 temporarily. There's a heavy chest down here that we'll end up looting. Nothing really special in it.
Still in control.
Okay, and then we have one more thing that we want to go look at before we're going to call it a day.
Never wanted the easy path.
And somebody just started mowing next door, so if you hear it, I apologize. Okay, and this requires a very, I guess, sequential set of actions to occur to get it completely right. And we'll see if I can do that or not. Okay, so I'm going to put everybody into hiding up here. I'm going to break my group. I should still have the Warped Headband of Intellect on. I do. Okay. I'm also going to swap out for the silver pendant here. And we're going to take that and these. And we're going to add in our shapeshift. Put the Warped Headband of Intellect back on. Okay, because we're going to have a series of checks here. And these checks are wisdom and intelligence based, so not really one character that works great for any of them, but I have the Bliss Spores bonus.
I don't need any attention right now.
And you want to be in hiding.
Out of mind.
when you do this.
A knife in the dark.
You're going to get a history check right here.
This is a Harper rune. There must be a stockpile nearby. Left out in plain sight like that. No, the Harpers are too smart for that.
There's the investigation check that follows it up that lets you know that basically these are probably fake chests. Now you're going to get a perception check. And I failed it. Oh, yeah, I rolled a 1 on Mark of the Shifter and a 1 on Guidance and a 2 on Bliss Spores. Thanks. I appreciate that.
I'm just waiting.
What comes now?
Keep your eye close. Move unseen. Leave no tracks. Just like old times.
Okay, let's see if we can pass it with Astarion here. Yeah, there
that
it is.
Might be worth a look.
I'll leave Astarion down here for now.
Time for bitter business.
Actually, I won't, because if I mess this up...
Stepping softly.
Don't want to think about why my eye is itching. Light on my feet.
I'm going to come up here a little bit. Ask guidance again. Because we're going to have another perception check.
This calls for careful footwork. Best be on my way.
Oops, didn't mean to do that. And we're going to click on the toy chest. Okay, so we passed the perception check. So the Harper stash is trapped. Now, you don't want to walk directly toward the Harper stash. Now, at this point, the Mimics have a detection radius around them. And if you walk right up next to it, you're going to trigger it. Okay, so we're going to kind of walk around to the front here. Kind of move over into the corner of this. It's a high DC. We're adding a whole bunch of stuff into it, though. And we roll our first nat 20 of the day. After all the nat 1s, it's about time. And now we need to lockpick it.
Don't give me trouble now.
Again, it's going to be a high DC, but now we don't have all that many lockpicks left. But we did good. Okay, and in here is just a scroll of evidence. This actually goes back all the way 100 years ago to Baldur's Gate 2. Or actually, I take that back. Before Baldur's Gate 2. In the battle between Shar, the Harpers, and the Druids. And it lets you know about this, that basically the Harpers are sending a message to the Emerald Enclave, saying that Ketheric Thorm, a paladin of Shar, is guilty of crimes against humanity. And there's also Evard's Black Tentacles, which is always, like I say, it's a great spell. I love that spell. And now we can make our way out of here. But we're not going to go quietly. Now, the Mimics are dangerous. Okay, in that they have a ranged attack, which is basically a tongue lash. where they will disarm you and eat your weapon. Now, it's not gone permanently, but you can't get it back until you kill that mimic and search it. So that's what's dangerous about them. They also, if they get up close, have a multi-attack that they can do, which again can be quite dangerous. So we're going to go down here. We're going to pick this one over here on the far side. We're going to drop into combat with Astarion. And my camera's stuck behind the mountain here. I'd prefer to get a sneak attack here. Okay. Alright, well, it'll add sneak attack damage onto this. Okay, maybe it won't. Okay, it didn't drop me into combat yet. Let's just keep rolling until he finds me. Okay, a couple of critical misses. That wasn't cool. Alright. So now I'm going to make my way back up to the top of the cragged rock because guess what the mimics can't do? They can't climb rocks. So I have no idea why Shadowheart is up here in combat. Now I may have to go back down there. It depends on whether this one gets stuck on the corner or not. If they can't reach you, they tend not to move forward toward you. And I need them to move forward as I go here. Because as you can see, they're out of normal range. And I'm just rolling. What is that? How many? What is that? 3 out of... Come on. I rolled a 1. I rolled a 1. And I rolled a 1. I mean... Game. What is this? You scripting it for streamers? Is that what you're doing? Alright, so now I should be able to go into hiding and get sneak attacks. Which just means I'll be able to kill them faster. And again, after every turn, go back into hiding. That one's a problem. He's kind of stuck in behind this here, so I don't know if I'll be able to hit him.
Let's have a little fun.
Got the good rolls on the last boss. Just been an awful lot of 1s today.
We'll do it my way.
It's not easy being cheesy.
On the hunt.
But hey, it's honor mode. Ooh, I don't know if I'd want to do that, Star. Have you seen them? Nice and slimy and purple. Ugh, I don't know. And welcome to the stream, by the way. Yeah, I need to stock up on barrels. That's all I need to do is go around and collect barrels.
Keep fighting.
Now they see me.
What should I do?
The subtle approach.
And this is how we're going to end the mimics. Because I am not going down there and getting my weapons 8 and getting multi-attack to death. That is not going to happen. And you're probably wondering why I don't use any of my other characters on this. There's a very good reason for that. I was playing my personal playthrough, which is Tactician difficulty. So it's got the same hit points, just doesn't have legendary actions.
Ready or not.
When you use your other characters, they can't hide as a bonus action. So you can't go into hiding. You have to move them up to the edge, attack, and then move back out of the way. I had my bard standing all the way back here, and somehow this mimic down here was his tongue glitched through the world and grabbed me and dragged me down. Now, it didn't drag me into the world. It didn't drag me down here. I was stuck behind this cragged rock. I have no idea how I got there. No idea how any of that worked, but I am not about to replicate it.
I'm ready.
Now they see me.
And then after this is done, like I say, I'm gonna go do some things for my afternoon, but I'm going to it's probably going to take me 2 hours to loot all of this. The entire Duergar encampment here. I will loot all of this off stream. I will sell everything that I can back in the Myconid colony, but I will not complete the quest to deliver Nere's head. We will do all of that next week. We will finish that up. We will do our level ups with our respecs, and then we will head into the Grymforge itself. Now, the Grymforge itself is, there are 1, 2, 3 sets of combat.
Need to stay focused.
Other than Grym. And that the combats are
time for a new approach.
Somewhat difficult. The magma methods are probably the hardest to do. The easiest fight that we're going to run into in the Grymforge is Grym.
Let's have a little fun.
That fight is going to be... I don't think I'm going to take a single point of damage from Grym. And I am not going to use the hammer to kill him.
We'll do it my way.
So it is an incredibly easy fight to do, and you'll kind of see how that plays out next week, because we're definitely going to get to Grym and kill him next week. I'm definitely going to do that. It may be toward the end of the stream, but we will definitely do it. We're going to encounter some animated armors. We know how to beat those because we saw how to beat them in the Arcane Tower. We still have 3 Susser Blooms left. And we will be utilizing those to disable them, so that fight is stupid easy.
Can't give up.
Because they don't even get to attack. So it's really the magma methods and the lava elemental that are the hardest fights coming up next week. Okay. So I think that gets us to our end point. So I'm glad we got a little extra in there. We got to a really good stopping point here. You guys got to see some extra combat and some easier ways to do things, especially on honor mode with this fight and with the Ochre Jellies, so you can avoid taking a bunch of damage from them. And we're going to see some more of that when we get into the Grymforge next week. So, as always, I appreciate all of you being here. Thank you so much for your time, because as always, without your support, none of this would be possible. I hope everybody here in the States who's watching has a happy Independence Day. And on that note, I will say this is Commander Jorval saying, until next time, fare thee well.